is starting. And looks like the thread started. Just get URL updated. Boom. Save. And we should be good. Close this bad boy. Do a quick test message. Waiting for that test message to pop up. If it doesn't, then I've got some debugging to do before I can really start streaming. Ah, wait. The first message, for some reason, never pops up. That's right. 2 apples, oranges, cards. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now it's popping. Let's go ahead and remove all of these. Okay. And with that, I think we're good. Let's kind of keep OBS and whatnot running on the side. And terminal can be up to here, where we will carefully not mess it up. Because that is running everything. Alrighty. Would kind of like a preview real quick on everything looks like it's good. Okay, I'm gonna stop worrying about it and just get to it. Yeah. I will keep this open here just so I can kind of check the chat every so often in case somebody says something. I know there's some kind of OBS thing for keeping an eye on chat or whatnot, but it's not something I'm gonna mess with right now. Future problem. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a rough description of what we're throwing together. Currently, my tech stack, well, let's just throw together a rough description. I'm gonna have to learn to start typing quieter. I guarantee that mic is picking up all of that. Either that or I'll have to get a quieter keyboard. Alrighty. That will be our starting point. Let's go ahead and think a little bit. What all do we want in the dungeon? Actually, this would be easier if I just did this. So right off the bat, we've got wind conditions that we're going to need to outline, but to start with, let's just do an entities list. And also the core loop. The core loop is really just the update function getting called, but it's a little bit more than that, I suppose. After the update function's called and everything is updated, we kind of need to visually update everything, and we also need to let, well, I guess the node server doesn't really need to know anything. It already knows. It sent the data for the update. It can just assume that everything got updated fine and move on to the next one, but it doesn't know what the next decision is unless we have the node server running the whole thing, and then unless we have the node server actually just delivering the whole array for the entire dungeon crawler, which we could do, it's just not efficient. It's sending more data than is strictly necessary. I mean, ideally all we'd have is it saying what changed. But I'm probably, for the sake of simplicity, I'm probably just going to let it send the whole thing over, and then later on we can update it if we want to. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, what I'm thinking is just like a 10 by 10, maybe a 12 by 12, which would just be a 2D array, 144 different, that each element in the array would just, each element would consist of a room in that array, or a room, essentially. It's hard to explain, but simple enough, I suppose. Let's see. Prompt to vote. After a vote is prompted, we collect votes. And then out. And then we take the actions. Or, well, more specifically, what are we doing programmatically? Once the vote timer runs out, we're sending those votes and taking actions accordingly. So at that point, we are running the update function. Actions. Okay, that's essentially it. All right, that outlines the core loop pretty well. As for entities, we have a player, chess/mimic, minotaur, and that's pretty much it. Or we could do If the minotaurs just go straight for the player, I have a feeling that's just going to become like a very problematic thing. Because they're supposed to be insanely strong. They're supposed to be endgame kind of deal. Frankly, I want players to explore the other win conditions first, before just going all out on the minotaur thing. Also, I kind of want to throw the option out for players to just make a bunch of noise and lure a minotaur towards them, and then that minotaur or not accidentally, but that minotaur then runs into a different player and then kills them. All because a different player made noise and attracted the minotaur. Okay, that works. I suppose the mimic should be separate. Okay, and then the mimic. Mimic is same as chest, but provides loot when it's defeated. Eventually, we're going to have to consider what the stats are for these things. I'm just thinking we do AP and HP for now. And let's just throw out some random numbers. HP 25. AP, I don't know, 2. And make it 3. And then for the mimic, we're probably going to want it to just have fairly low HP. 5. Attack power of 1. You can always rebalance. Minotaur, on the other hand, we want to have like 100 HP and probably like 15 attack power. Maybe make that 10. Okay, I think that gives us a pretty solid outline on what we're doing. Is there any big thing missing? Oh, well, the exit, kind of, but not really. Oh, also one more note on the Minotaur is there can only be one Minotaur per room. So there will be like 4 Minotaurs in the whole space, which means one player can like attract all the Minotaurs toward them, but only one Minotaur can be in a room, so no player has to worry about getting attacked by multiple enemies at once. And is there anything else that we're missing? No. I think that's it. Okay. We'll kind of just set that to the side. Alrighty. The update's going to have to keep track of quite a bit of stuffs. Let's kind of just take it from the top and work from there. Also, let's get this terminal out of my face. So, one thing at a time. Question is, do we start top down or bottom up? I'm much more thinking top down, so. Or we can just say rooms. by 10 two-dimensional array. Or am I stupid? No, I don't think so. Rooms.length console.log rooms 0 length, and then console.log rooms.length -1 length. Okay. Now, as long as all of those are 10, we should be good. Yep, yeah, we're good. It's a 10 by 10 two-dimensional array. Okay. Just to make this simpler. Not what I was going for. Boom. Okay, that should work. Now, that array is essentially what's going to be the whole dungeon. Or it's what the data type that we're going to use to represent it. And then the entities are going to be classes within arrays, with classes within rooms, essentially. The internal arrays will act as the containers for the rooms. I think the first thing we need to do is get the player in there and then be able to move the player up, down, left, right. I think that's the first thing we need to do. After that, I think we need to add chests and loot tables so that the player can increase their stats. And then after that, we add the mimic, which will give us the PvP, or not PvP, but PvE. I do want to make PvP possible where players can discover each other and then kill each other if they want to. Let's see. Do. Of course, we also need to put the exit in one of these rooms as well. That's a trivial thing we can do at the end. It's not that big of a deal. It's kind of a cheap win condition. Do it. Okay, need a data type representing entities and whatnot. I'm not going to mess around with classes. I prefer to just use plain objects, so. Let's see, this would be easier. AP 3, HP 25. What else? I mean, we could give them a name as well. We do need to definitely say type where. Blue. There we go. I think that should suffice. And if we're just going to do that, we might as well just do this. Or we could do a constructor slash constructor deal, but we can kind of polish that up after the basics are set up. It doesn't need HP or anything like that. We could give it a luck factor, but it's not necessary. Then this is the point where I'm kind of like, maybe we should do a constructor type of deal. Import it. And then we can just do export const entity constructors. And let's go ahead and rename this since we're starting to. I'm probably going to have to do more stuff to actually set up imports because it can never be simple. But we'll see, we'll see. used to just starting up React and having all that set up already. Alright, well, next thing to do is to do const ec equals entity constructors, ec.player, boom, console.log. Let's verify we're getting that object. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I'm gonna have to set up a package.json and whatnot. Oh, never mind. Heck yeah. I expected that to be far more painful than it was. It's annoying that it doesn't just automatically put the file type at the end, but it's not that big of a deal. Moving on. With that done, we need to place the players into the dungeon at more or less random points. However, I kind of wanted each player to be in their own quadrant. Actually, let's give ourselves some room to work with. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Three, 4, 5. There. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now we could just put the players into a spot into the very corners. But that feels kind of dull, honestly. I really think it's just best to have them spawn in their quadrant, which for like northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Okay, in order to do that, we need to determine what the min-max values are. So for the first one, it would be 0 to 4. Next one would be 5 to 9. And that's pretty much everything. So A, B, first one would be AA, second one would be BA, or would it be? Our first one is actually Well, actually, it doesn't technically matter. But for the sake of my sanity, it does. The question becomes, what do we define as up? And what do we define as left? What do we define as right? In the context of this 2D array. And I would define right as XY axis. So we're thinking more along the lines of we start down here and then we go up to here. As long as we keep that rule in mind, it's fine. Zero, 1, 2, 3, and then 0, 1, 2. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2. In value is 0. Max value is 9, 9. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Okay. With that in mind, I can start actually planning where the quadrants are at. So, starting from the bottom left, we have 0, 0 to 4. Bottom right equals 4, 0, 2, actually no, my bad, 5, 0. Top left equals 0, 5, 2, 4, 4, 9. 0, 5, 2, 4, 9. Okay. And then top right is 5. 5, 2, 9, 9. Alrighty. Now we just need some kind of random range, which I think I've got another project that has something very similar to that I'm just going to grab from there. Let's open another VS Code. Open recent. And I think that's the one. Then if we go to utils, no, that's not it. Helpers. It's whatever, I can do it myself. It's not that big of a deal. That should give us a 0 to 1 value, so if we just have a min and max, just do max, well, min plus max minus min multiplied by math.random. It should do it. Add doesn't floor it. So that will work, but it will return a float. That should resolve that. Okay. We'll just say randint rather than randint range. And that makes me happier. Okay. Go ahead and throw you on up here with the other helper. And with that, we just need do we have the rooms? We haven't actually created the rooms. Okay. So const rooms equals get to the array 10. Boom. Now we have the rooms. Now we spawn the players in. Just need to do rooms random int okay, I see how I have to do it. what is this? I see. 0 to 5. 0 to 5. This seems incorrect. This should be 0 to 4. 5 to 9. That seems correct. Okay. 5 to 5. That should be 5 to 9. And this should be 5 to 9. 0 to 4, 5 to 9. 5 to 9. Why is this not 9? And 0 to 4. Okay, my brain's frying a little bit. My brain's frying a little bit. No, this should be 0 to 4. It should be 0 to 4. Good. This should be 5 to 9. This should be 0 to 4. This should be 0 to 4. Didn't even do that. This should be 5 to 9. This should be 5 to 9. This should be 5 to 9. There. Now we could adjust this so that it works with any size, and we may very well end up doing that. There's no good reason as to not to. There really isn't. Because there's only 3 values we're really using, and that is the base value, which is 0, the max value, which is 9, and then the max value divided by 2 rounded up, which is 5. And then the max would be redundant size plus 1. We'll just do this. It's fine. And what we can do is do min, mid minus 1, min, mid minus 1, mid plus 1, plus 1, max. Also, should be plus 1. Don't need that. This isn't as readable as I'd like it to be, and I think there's a better way of doing it. There. And what we can do here is this is M low and M low. This is M top to max, min to M low. Min, M low. Top to max. M top, max, M top, max. And pretty quickly you can see the pattern. That gives us, well, we need to set the, Do we need the index for the current player? Or do we need the indexes for all the players? Do we need to keep track of that? I think we do, very much so. Okay, then that becomes a question of, does the player themselves, the player object itself, need to keep track of the player's position? This seems like a good opportunity to throw together either a position class or a position object, or maybe just a transform. But given how simple, like a transform takes into account scale, it takes into account scale, it takes into account rotation. We don't need all of that, we just need to keep track of position and be able to move the player up, down, etc., etc. Oh, my fucking excuse my language. My shirt is just freaking stretched. Ridiculous degree. Let's see. I'm thinking const position. X. Probably get those filled in later, but something like that. Okay. Now, should everything have track of its own position? I would say so, honestly. Okay. Then we need to be passing in a position or passing in vector 2 into everything. So we'll just call it pause for the time being. Thing is technically the stuff that isn't moving doesn't really need to keep track of its position. So like the chest, why would the chest need to keep track of its position? Because the player is moving into an array that represents the room, and we can just check for chests by checking that array. That's where everything's stored anyway. There's no reason that the chest will ever need to know its position. I can't think of a reason it would. Same with the mimic, since it's staying in one room. Unless we give it some kind of flee capacity, meaning running away and whatnot, into another room. But I don't see myself doing that here. I'm just going to give Minotaur and player their own positions. They can keep track of there. Then I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. It's good for reference, so I don't have to do crazy nonsense. But we don't have something set up to use it just yet. Let's see. Let's start by just spawning in the top left. So let's start by marking all of these. This is bottom left. This is bottom right. Top left, top right. I might have to get myself some water in a moment. I think this might be the way to go. considering what's the best way to handle these quadrants, because I'm gonna have to do more than just players here. I'm trying to figure out a way to do it cleanly. So, I think this is the best way to do it. Or we could do const quads equals boom. Just a bit of a cheeky enum. TL, top right. If quadrant, there is no quadrant, then we just get a random room. Rooms. None of these are necessary. Min. Or min to max. Max. There is a quadrant. Quads dot bottom left. Then we do this. Yeah, quadrant. This. Quads dot top left. This. Okay. And if we get past all of that, and for some reason, none of those get hit, then we do, we'll just return a random room. We could return a random room, but that kind of honestly just throw an error at that point. shouldn't need this anymore. Or this. I do like the entity constructors. That should stick around. Just call it build entity for now, though. Make it a little bit clearer. I'm gonna have to get myself some water. Okay, should be able to just do build entity dot player. Position should just be build entity. Oh, might have forgotten to add position to this, didn't we? Yep. Position. New position. New position. Save. Of course, we're kind of... Position is not an entity, but you know what? Shush. It's fine. Build entity dot position XY. That's just when we get random room, it's literally passing us a array. In reality, what I really want is the XY coordinates. So we're not quite ready to do that yet. Const get random room indexes. In reality, could change our wording a little bit to make it more usable in any project. Like get random array from 2D array. But I feel like this is good enough for now. Get random room indexes. This is where all of this is actually going to live. And we change this so that it's not passing back an array, but well, it is passing back an array, but it's not passing back a room array. Instead, we'll pass back a position. Could actually have it pass back a position rather than a array like this. That actually makes more sense given our foundation so far. So yeah, build entity dot position. Okay. go. And then... There we go. Okay. Now we should be able to spawn the player on in. Control KC. Boom. Should just be get random room position. Quads dot top bottom left. Room. And then we should be able to do dot push and entity builder or build entity dot player. Or bottom left. My bad. Bottom left. There we go. Now player pause. There. And then my one concern is that the array that's getting passed back from getRoom is a copy or a duplicate. It's not actually a reference to the array in the room's 2D array. It's my one concern. I don't know if that's the case. There is one way to find out. And that is by console.logging the rooms. Alright, let's see what happens. And we have an error. What do we got? Yeah, whatever. Might have used the slightly wrong. What I get for trying to be fancy. Gotta keep it simple. There we go. Now this... Okay, good. It's in here. This is completely unreadable, but it is in fact in here. And it is in 0, 1, 2, 0, 1. So 2, 1, which is... should be bottom left? Yeah, bottom left. Everything looks good. Okay. Now if I wanted to actually move the player up, let's go ahead and create a move function. And we're going to want something similar to what we did with quadrants. But for directions. So left, right, up, and down. There we go. Yeah, we'll just do this. Now there's two things that can happen when you try to move. One, you can move to the new location, or two, you can attempt to move to the new location and that location does not exist. Meaning, if you're at the very edge of the array, like here at the top, you go up, you're just going to hit a wall, and there's nowhere for you to go. So, you need to... I think we need to return whether or not the movement was successful by returning a Boolean, and we need to update the player based on that. Or not update the player, but update the entity's position as well. We should just be able to do this. Pause and... Ow. Behold, the most amazing type checking in existence. This is totally not going to come back to bite me. considering if I want to keep the up, down, left, right arrays as arrays, or if I want to keep them, make them a vector too. I feel like this is more clear. Should do it. But all that's doing is actually updating the position, not necessarily... Oh, it also isn't checking if it's out of bounds. Better yet, just do const. Boom. Much better. Then if less than 0, or it's now, how do we handle them actually hitting a wall? That becomes the new question. How would I handle it? How would I handle it? Should do it. Now we should be able to move any entity in any direction. The one thing that I would like to do is create a visualizer for this so we can see it a little bit better. Because we're kind of getting to a point where we can actually start making some fun stuff. Visualize dungeon. Then I'm thinking we want rows, so 4 that by 0, I is less than. See, the issue is that the way I'm actually visualizing this is the opposite of the way that this is going to want to print it out. 0, 0 is here. And it's going to want to print 0, 0 here. So we might just want to invert this a little bit. Is it only going to need inverted on the y-axis, or is it going to also need inverted on the x-axis? Also, this is not the y-axis, this is the x-axis. It might be helpful for you to mark that. Now that'll basically invert it. So I'm kind of wanting the, let's see, 0, x equals 0 should be printed here. On here. Y equals 0 should be printed here. No, y equals 0 should not be printed there. Y equals 0 should be printed here. 0, 1, 2, okay. So really we only need to invert the y-axis, unless I misunderstand something, which is totally possible. I think we have to do it that way. So this needs to be -1. Yep. And what we do is we do that row equals boom, console.log row. And then booms. Y. We look at what's in the room and go from there, I think. For the time being, we're just looking at the player entity, so we'll just say I mean, we could what are the different entities we're looking at? No, get it when that happens. Player, chest, mimic, minotaur. So really just player, chest, minotaur, essentially. So const r equals, and each of those should have a type. They do? Good. You could start putting types and whatnot in its own file. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'm not going to mess with it right now. We will probably regret not messing with it. Fine. Types.js. We will make the types. Okay. Direction. Quads. Oh, Jesus. Why is this so angry at me? Because we didn't put a comma here. Mimic chest, player, minotaur. Mimic chest, player, minotaur. Okay. Then let's go ahead and export direction, quads, or we can just do this. And no, I don't like that. export or const types equals direction, entity, quads, and entity. And then we just export this. Import types from types.js. There. And now we have some consistency. Yeah, might as well. Let's go ahead and get it imported over here too. Import types. And looks like you're used in 6 places, but I'm only seeing 4. 6th. I see. Gotcha. Makes sense. One thing we can do, just to make this simpler, is just do quads equals types.quads. And direction equals types.direction. It's a bit of a hacky way of doing it, but it does ensure that everything is coming from a single source of truth, which is the big point. Now, what was I doing with the visualizer? We were going to iterate over the room. There we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and just do entity. Okay. Type or we could just do something more along the lines of R has entity.type equals true. Boom. Much simpler than what I was about to do. In order to make it extra safe, we can make these type safe. Types.minotaur. Or not, my bad. Types.entity.minotaur. Boom. A little bit overkill, but it's fine. That ensures if I change the types, that this still works. Now that we have all of that, I'm guessing we do a 5-character string for each room, and then we split it up with spaces. Really, a 3-character string should be sufficient. Also, I am not... This makes it type-safe, but it also makes it, like, really difficult to work with. So I'm just kind of not going to do that, even though it is arguably better. Room string const rs equals don't have anything, then we just do our default key, which is this. That is going to be one heck of a long thing, though. Gotta be a better way of doing this. Just do that for now. Is it the best way of building it? Almost certainly not. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but I cannot think of an easy way to do it without doing this. Also, why are you fighting me? It's me being dumb. That's why it's fighting me. Okay. Layer makes sense. Chest makes sense. Mimic. What should we use for you? I'll just put an X for you, I guess. Well, X might be best for the exit. W for an upside down chest or something. I don't know. Could just do an I guess. It works. Okay. And with that, we just need to be able to move. Well, we need to be able to print. The full string should just be the string for the room. Add a space afterwards to keep everything spaced out. That should allow me to visualize the entire... That should do it, actually, yeah. So go ahead and clear the terminal. This should allow me to do it. So console.log visualize dungeon. And then we can try the movement and verify that everything is moving as expected. Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay, there. Boom. Okay. This is nice. Now if we do move, we need pause and direction. We already have the player. Move. Or we can literally just do player dot pause. And direction would be, well, we should have direction saved. Let's just do direction dot up. And then console dot log visualize dungeon. Let's go ahead and do a separator line real quick. Clear this, and this should... That's not good. What's the undefined thing happening for? I had to... Okay, so we're definitely not moving. When we are building the player, let's make sure the player is getting built properly, because that's my biggest concern at the moment. Clear terminal. Give this a run. No, position's definitely in there. When I'm moving the player, is it actually moving? I think we're just updating the player's position, or the entity's position. B, C, D, F, G, yeah, here. Yeah, no. This is just updating the position of the pause class. So we console log player, and then we move player.pose direction.up, and then we console log player. That's not good. Or maybe it's fine. Wait. Take a look at this. 2.3 to 2.4. Yeah. You are moving as expected. Let's go ahead and just verify that for all the directions real quick. Down. Two to 3-1. Good. Left. Two to 1-2. Looks good. And right. All right. Looks good. Put it back to up. Issue is that when we move, we're not updating the dungeon rooms accordingly. We're just updating the singular entity. In this case, the player. To collapse some of these. There we go. Okay. So gives us the old position and the new position. So we should be able to remove the entity from the old array, that's the idea, and then add it to the new array. Adding it to the new array is trivial. Removing it from the old one is more difficult. Because we don't have a truly unique identifier. Because there can be two players in one room, and then the type player is not unique anymore. So we can't just use type. We need some kind of identity for the object itself, which I think there's a way to do. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Not sure. Might have to look up this one. I really don't want to have to do that, but I think I might have to. The alternative is we could build like a room class, and then each entity in a room could like call its parent room class and remove itself that way, maybe? I don't know. For now, let's just go ahead and look at rooms, pos.x, or let's go ahead and add the entity into the new room, and then we'll figure out a process for actually removing it from the old one. Equals, or dot push moving entity. Gotcha. Okay, so I don't have to go crazy on this. I just kind of looked up the object thing, how I might be able to filter it out. This is the visualizer, this is the move, okay. This pushes it to the new location. I need to remove it from the old location, so. Rooms. opos.x, opos.y. For that I'm using. Or actually, I really should be using a filter here. Just do E. E does not equal. Moving into. Seriously? Filter.js. Look at Mozilla's. Okay, so if this returns true, I think this will work. So yeah, it should work. Don't need this. Save. And we've already verified all of this, so we don't need to be doing this anymore. We don't need to be doing this. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we've gotten movement knocked out. Well, that's not good. I'd like to know is where that undefined is coming from. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's coming from here. No, it can't be coming from there because row is never undefined. Even if we went over one, it would still just print out an empty string. It has to be coming from one of these three, which I assume has to be this. Pause arg cannot be null. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. Pause arg isn't null. Being well. I might fix it, or it might be a deeper problem, because that shouldn't have been null to begin with, not if we're passing in the moving entity. There. Okay. Okay, I really want to know where this undefined is coming from. Where is that being logged at? Well, we only have so many logs, so... I think I know. Is the visualized dungeon doing a log on its own? Yes, it is. So this doesn't need to be doing this. I think that's the problem. Yep, that was it. Okay, we have absolute basic movement. So, honestly, yeah, no, this is pretty much done at this point. Player movement's knocked out. I can do the same. I've made this in such a way that I can do the same thing with minotaurs and whatnot. At this point, we could go ahead and start like randomly putting stuff into the dungeon really quick. It wouldn't take anything at all. We could do that, but I want to be careful about adding stuff in. Like I don't want to add everything in at once. I want to add one thing in full and then add another thing and another thing, etc., etc. Adding all of the stuff into the dungeon is something we could do right now with very little effort, but it would just be noise. No. Better to do one thing at a time. All that being said, I am going to get me some water. I will be back. I have acquired the water. I think it might be useful for us to create a dungeon object. Maybe even a room object. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking about all the information that we're going to want to throw around. It'd be really nice to just be able to say dungeon.player1.move up. And we can't do that right now. Right now it's move entity direction. Because at the end of the day, all we really need is like player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. A lot of these functions are I would like to clean up my main file, yeah. Let's go ahead and make a, not necessarily a dungeon class, but a file for it. Go ahead and copy this over and then we'll kind of clean up from there. Maybe we just make it dungeon helpers? I don't know. Go ahead and make a list of all the different functions we've got, and then we can kind of go from there, because what I'm really trying to do at this point is extract the data layer from the processing layer. And by that I just mean I don't want all this stuff in one place. I want the functions abstracted out so I don't have to navigate through them constantly. lot of these functions are super dependent on having access to the rooms variable in particular. So here's what I think we need. I think we need a helpers.js for holding the functions, and I think we need either a globals or a data.js, something like that. And this can just be deleted. We're not using it. We'll go ahead and get rid of that so I can start. Pin you, main over here. You know what, we're just gonna go for it. Might get some circular referencing problems, but we'll see. Don't need either of these. Direction isn't something I need yet. Now we're going to need that direction. Don't need quads here. You need direction. Do I need direction here? I don't think I do, actually. Don't need anything here either. Okay. Yeah, I think we've got that down at this point. Save that. And save this. I've got a better idea. Let's go ahead and need to import the entity constructors. And I'm thinking we do a rooms here, which is to be determined. And we want the players Yeah, we'll just do player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. But for now, we'll just do this. We should have a helper for making rooms, which is just get 2D, right? Yeah, this might require a little bit more work than just an immediate. And we should have a get random position. Minotaur 1 equals Minotaur. Which again, then the rooms. when we create a new player and whatnot, player needs to be added to the rooms, otherwise it's just kind of, yeah. There's two ways of going about it, and probably gonna do it the lazier way, which will probably bite me later, and I'll come back and fix it. Yeah, it should work anyway. I'm not going too crazy on it. First thing we need then is the rooms. Then I need the position of the player and the position of the minotaur. The alternative is I could just do rooms dot build entity. How did I handle this? Get room. Where's my get room? It should exist. Yes, it does. It doesn't exist here. Get room. You are really fighting me on this. Is it not? It's not being exported. Okay. That makes more sense. That should resolve that. Okay, there we go. Position, we can just do player1.pause, .push, and one thing that could be helpful is an add to room and remove from room. That we're adding to the room, we need the position of the room we're adding to. That should do it. Entity that we're removing from the room and the position of the room we're removing from. And that is our removal code, so let's reuse it. And then our adding code should literally just be, do we have rooms saved here? Yes, we do. Rooms dot, or rooms plus dot x, pools dot y, dot push, entity, Add to room. Moving entity and pause. And remove from room, moving entity or pause. And then with that, we can kind of save a little bit of mental bandwidth. Add to room, layer 1, layer 1.pause. Add to room, minotaur 1, minotaur 1.pause. I'm good with that. It's readable. And that's what I care about. We could clean it up a little bit more. I've got a few ideas for how I might go about doing that in the future, but I can read this and it's all in one place. Moving on. We've generated a full dungeon. I think this is where we would just return this. Instructors, new dungeon. Did not need you to import that. This would need to be turned into, or ideally they just get it from. Yeah, it'd be better if they did. We'll adjust it. Rooms. Most of them are in. Well, actually, no. We'll just name it. it. Okay. That data is in one place. Helpers are in one place. Types. Theory, we should be able to get this working again. It'll take just a moment. Alrighty, back at it again. Let's see if I can get all of this working. From the main, and some more. In theory, all I should need to do is entity constructors dot dungeon. Well, actually, no, we don't even need to do that. That's already handled in data. We should just need to import data, and then import tons of stuff from helpers, but just do that for now. Already got the player added in. We don't need to do any of this. That is far cleaner. I don't know if it's going to work immediately. I expect not. But I think there's no reason we can't get it to work. Yeah, it's kind of what I expected. Something going wrong. Okay, what do we got? Build entity is not defined. Where is it not defined? Helpers. Don't need to be looking at that. Need to be looking over here. Gotcha. That makes sense. Entity or build entity should be replaced with entity constructor. Okay. That done. What do we got? Cannot access before initialization. Okay. Gotcha. That's a more difficult problem. I would think, because I'm importing Dungeon from data.js right off the bat, that it would get initialized before helpers does. What if I do this? Just same. JS 42. Ah, I see the circular problem. You can't do the get random room position, can you? That's exactly where the problem lies. Erase it. No, it's in add to room. So the add to room just can't work for initialization. I see what's happening. What we could do is this to get around it. Or actually, we can make this even easier. Boop. That solves that. And data entity constructors. Okay. Types is not defined in main 14. Okay. Import types. Save. That run. We don't have a separator. Console.log separator. And boom. Okay. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. looks good. Now we can work from the main without going crazy. 50 different functions or whatnot, and all in one place. Okay, moving on. What was our next priority? Chest and loot table. Stat increases. Speaking of stats, do we have that for player? Yes, we do. Okay. So what we need is a stat mod. New stat mod equals then we need an applier for the stat mod, which means going to the helpers. Entity. Yeah, we'll just do it our way. Entity.ap equals plus equals statmod.ap. Entity.hp plus equals statmod.hp. Now we need a loot table, which will literally just be a bunch of randomly generated stat mods. Although I think each loot should probably be... I mean, we don't have to have it randomly generated. I could come up with some real quick. It's not that big of a deal. I guess each loot item should have a name and a stat mod. So like health potion, iron sword, etc. Stat mod. I don't know. I felt like there was a way to do that, but okay, there we go. Stat mod. Next one is attack. So entity constructors dot stat mod AP. Just to be safe. Then we can just expand the loot table as needed. I guess, well, we have a loot table, but now we want to actually add some weighted chances. Which becomes its own crazy thing. Technically, this is all we need. I could expand the loot table a little bit by adding all the weights together and then giving each one that much chance. I guess we could make this a lot simpler by just giving each one a chance and then iterating down the loot table. But that's kind of lame. It's less dice rolly and more just dull. The better way to do it is have each one have a normalized value range defined from the weights, and then just do a math.random, figure out which one is in that range, and then that's the item we get. But that would require a helper function to do that. Not necessarily a bad thing. We could do export const unit table. to sum everything, so. Now we can calculate each one's odds. If its weight is 1 and the total weight is 10, then its odds is 1 out of 10. 1 divided by 10 is 0.1. So yeah, it's a lower number divided by higher number. So item dot, well, we also need to this one's going to require a little bit more than just one line. Divided by better just call this total weight. Okay, there we go. That's the chance of U happening. And then we can just do const item dot range. Item dot range equals. Well, that was loud. Min max. Min would be the current. Max would be the current plus the chance. And then the current would technically be inclusive, but that's fine. We could always do like current plus equals math dot epsilon. Epsilon, okay, I don't know. But it being inclusive isn't that big of a deal because it's going to select the lowest one. That's all it's going to do. It's not that big of a deal. Also, the probability of it being exactly on the max is very low. One more thing I have to do. Cur equals cur plus chance. Or just cur plus equals chance. And that should do it. That initializes the loot table. What it doesn't do is it doesn't give me a way to select from the loot table, but that should be pretty simple now. First thing we need to do is init loot table here. Then select from the loot table. Sorry, my brain's not at 100%. I might have to take a break in a bit. Select from the loot table is a matter of export, const, random loot, equals boom. Should just be a math.random. That is, yeah, good. Yeah, we'll just do that. It makes more sense to me. Max. Well, wait, no. There's a fancy way of doing this. I forgot what it is. Let me see if I can find it. There's a way of doing it, I just don't know what it is. It's whatever. Screw it. It's fine. There's a cleaner way of doing it, I just don't know what it is. It might just not be anything. I might be thinking of a different language, honestly. I just felt like there was something. Might be thinking of C#. Num is greater than or equal to min. Num is less than or equal to max. That is what I'm looking for. And then at this point, we just do, of course, for each. I think for each doesn't handle breaking well, so instead what I'm going to do is for 0 is less than length. And we have the loot. What do we do with it? A brain. My brain is going slow. Brain, go faster. Go faster, brain. Need to be looking at the range. In range. Loot, or actually no, R. Then loot dot range dot in and loot dot range dot max. If that's in range, then that's the item we want selected. Then we return loot. Of course, probably not loot itself. No, we can return loot itself. That'll give us the name in the stat mod. Yep. Now that works. That should do it, and we can get rid of this. And then if for some reason it gets past that without returning anything, we'll just do return table 0, which will act as our default. Really? No. Well, return loot table 0, but throw an error. It should never get out of there without it. Okay, good enough. Alrighty. Do we have something for applying stats? Yes, we do. The thing is I don't want... What we might need now is a runtime loop. Like an update loop that actually tells the game what the players are doing, then it begins running it properly. Honestly, that feels like what we need. That would be the main function that we'd be using. It might be exactly what we need to move toward. This is all just testing stuff, but the main update function. That's where we need to be moving forward toward. We don't have You know, there's one scenario that I haven't really considered. What happens if there's two players in a room fighting? What happens if there's two players in a room and a minotaur in a room and a mimic in a room? Because I really wanted to focus on this from the perspective of just 1v1. If there's two players in a room, one player can fight the other player, or they can ignore each other. If we go to more than 1v1, it creates more decisions that chat has to make, which I wanted to avoid. Especially, like, if it's more than 1v1, each round of combat, chat will have to vote on what is your target. Would you like to attack, or defend, or flee? Or you get the idea. It adds another step, which makes the gameplay less speedy, which is something I want to avoid. So, in my mind, what should take priority is if the minotaur is in the room, it takes priority above all else. So let's say there's two players in a room together, and they stay in that room for more than one round for some reason, or they travel together for multiple rounds, etc. Should two players be able to attack the same minotaur? My instinct is, instead of trying to answer this question, what we do instead is, if a minotaur enters a room and there's a mimic in it, the mimic just dies. Or it goes to the side, or it doesn't enter it exits combat. It's no longer in combat. If a minotaur enters a room and there's more than one player in that room, the minotaur randomly decides on a player and all the other players get kicked out of the room. Could make different things happen, but the point is to keep a 1v1 deal going. Should we really have a defend? No. You can attack, you can flee. And flee can just be going in a random direction. So move, attack, flee. Oh, also we have to open chest as well. There. Yep, I think that'll do it. It's a total of 8 actions. Ain't much, but it's enough. player actions. Really, it should be player action, not player actions, but whatever. We look at the data, specifically the dungeon is what I'm wanting to look at. Currently we just have you keyed in like this. Oh, also, there's one more action that I want, and that's just random. Because I want less than 4 players to be able to play this. So, the random will be what NPC players will do. And... action, Laffle, P4 action. Boom. Save. And then player actions can just go into here. And the dungeon is updated based on this. So we have our core function. Well, not really, but we have a start. Okay. Now, we already have types, so... P2. We need some kind of action handler. I mean, if they're just moving, it's trivial, but... Then we can say player, action, dungeon, Okay, now we have the action. If action equals pact dot move dot op. Then it's as trivial as just moving the player up. Move player. Actually, this is a great opportunity to use a switch. It's been a little bit since I've used one. Let me check. Okay, here we go. That was pretty much doing it right. there need to be like a default case? Yeah. Known, lift, right, and right. There we go. Now there's a lot of other types of actions. Attack, flee, make noise, open chest, and random. The only one we really need to still have is the open chest one. Or the only one we really need to have right now is the open chest one. That's what we're working on next. So let's go ahead and get that added in there. Or really, let's just add them all in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll add them all in there, but we won't have every case handled just yet. Okay. Let me go ahead and move this up so I can actually reference it. Alrighty, that should do it. Movement should already be handled. So honestly, we could... I could just make something that randomly moves the players around right now, but I'm not messing around with that. That would just be a bit silly. Alrighty. The open chest should just do random loot. Yeah, unless it's a mimic. That's the real question. But for right now, all it should do is random loot. Later on, it should engage a combat scenario, but not something we have right now. For the time being, we're just gonna go ahead. Or maybe we should create a separate thing for this. And I need to know is a mimic. False, then if it's false, we just need the random loot. What does that actually return? I think it returns this, so it would give us a name and a stat mod. For right now, all we really care about is the stat mod, but we can get both just to let ourselves know that they both exist. Apply stat mod to stat mod. Handle open chest. Player is mimic is false. Technically, we could actually tell if it's a mimic, couldn't we? Since it's an entity, we should be able to pass the chest in directly. Have a function for this. We have a function for get room, but not get room entities. Okay. Now we'll just make a new one. Why not? That should do it, in theory. Perhaps in the action handler, what it should do is takes in the player and then it takes in the player action and that's it. Because in my handle open chest, it's got player chest. And that assumes that there's a chest in the room. What if there isn't? We should have something that says, yeah, no, there's nothing there, you know? Something that's just like, yeah, no, this is an invalid action. Of course, we can always just do something along the lines of this. Go ahead and get all. Go ahead and spawn all of the bastards. And no, I don't feel like doing that. It's just wasting my time. It's not something I should be doing. dungeon dot rooms. gets us through. Could be useful as just a random room function. I think we might already have something like that if I actually look at our helpers. Yeah, random room position, yeah. What we could do instead is do something like this. Because if we do this, there's going to be decent chance of intersections where one chest is spawning on top of another chest. I just don't want to deal with that. So, better way to handle it is const rooms equals dungeon.rooms. And for I guess probably like a 50% chance. Make it pretty high. I have lost my spot. Bam. Okay, that should do it. We might want an init dungeon for after the basic dungeon's been made. Yeah, our main is starting to get messy again. It's good stuff we're making, I think, but it's getting messy. Get room entities can just immediately go into helpers. Spawn chests can go into... like that. We're also going to need entity constructors. There we go. That should do it. Dungeon should be initialized. Oh, that's surprising. I expected that to require a lot more debugging. Well, it might require it. Our player is not doing the up movement. Oh. That's not great. I'm gonna assume this is just because we haven't ported in the action handler. Action handler. Player type equals types dot player dot player one. Action is why do we need to be passing in the player type? Because yeah, okay, I can see why. The action is P1. Or we could just do player actions dot player one. Okay. Now we should get that movement we're looking for. Or not. Okay. Action handler, I assume you just have to import it. Move. This can also just go here. Move. Boom. Let's give that a clear and give that a run. Player moved. Heck yeah. Project has definitely grown. Jeezums. Shouldn't... Where's, data? This. I mean, unless I'm wrong, yeah, no. The player's getting spawned, the minotaur is getting spawned, but it's like this is never being called. Spawn chests in a dungeon. Okay. So, it's getting to here. But those chests are never existing. Either that or I've done something wrong with the visualizer. Take a look. No, I haven't done anything wrong with the visualizer. I'll have to figure that out in a moment. BRB. Alrighty, moving on. Need to figure out why this is never getting triggered. This is why. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. It shouldn't be necessary anymore. Right, player. Okay, the mimics are the I's, and the chests are the C's. Player is P, and the minotaur is M. Oot. Looks good. Just need to get rid of all those console logs, which is here. Alright. Now this will randomly spawn chests. I really need a way to... just need a way to verify that upon opening a chest, the player gets stat increases. So I need to verify that the player and the chest are both getting spawned in the exact same location. Or I just need to do random nonsense. Let's just look at it end to end. It would really just be best if I spawned a chest. Yeah, no. Really just be best if I spawned a chest and verified it that way. Is there... not helpful. If we go to data, go to here, new dungeon. Forces a chest to spawn in the same room as the player. Now we can change our action a little bit. Player action dot miscellaneous dot open chest. Boom. This visualizing the dungeon isn't really going to do anything for me. What I need to do is console log the player. dungeon dot player one. That should be sufficient. And do the same after. Visualizing the dungeon is irrelevant. Oh, another thing that needs to happen on the chest opening, I didn't even consider this, but it's kind of silly that I didn't. And that is the chest needs to disappear. It needs to be removed. So, remove from room chest player.pause. Okay. Okay. Moving on. This should work. And it also gives me a reason to visualize before and after. So I can verify that the chest has been removed. Okay. Fingers crossed. Problems. Okay, dokie. Cannot find module. Oh. Why? Why are you doing that now? Okay. Take a look at what we've got. Player is here. $25.3. Up. We got an error. Unhandled room entity type. Strange. Yeah, no, it should be correct all the way around, but let's see what happens. And it's undefined for some reason. Okay. Console.log. Maybe that'll help. I think I know what the problem is. Alright, give me a moment. Let's see. Where were we adding this at? Data, dungeon, boom. Gotta be here, right? Yep, right here. Alright, boom, boom. We're getting there, one step at a time. Random loot is not defined, an action handler. I need some more water. My throat is dry. Should have a length. Not sure what you're talking about there. I think we're just not important Where are you trying to read that from? Helpers? Okay. Okay, now I'm confused. Okay, I think I got it now. It's just a lot of imports and some minor issues. Let's see what we got. That's weird. Can we try that again and hopefully not get a random mimic spawning in the same room as the player? Like, the odds of that are incredibly low. Okay, player and chest in one room. Is the player in the room, so the chest is getting removed. HP 25, AP 3, HP 25, AP 13. So stats are getting increased. Wood. Chest, loot table, stat increase. Going. And we're on to combat, which is what everybody really wants. Let's be real. Okay. This has turned into a project, huh? 450-ish lines so far. I mean, including little notes and white space. Okay. Since, I mean, we're gonna have to kind of update movement a little bit to make this work, honestly. But regarding combat, I was pretty much thinking that it forces one enemy into a room at a time. So you don't have the option to combat multiple opponents simultaneously. Which basically means there can only be 2 living entities in a room at once. Which means we have to have a priority list for living entities. That's gonna have to alter how movement works. Might end up calling it here for today, but let's go ahead and make some notes for next stream if I throw this together. Let's think. So. Yeah, I need to sit with this for a little while, kind of think about it a bit. This is definitely, it's a core tension point. My thought process right now is alrighty. I am going to call it quits. Maybe not for the rest of the day, but taking a break for now. As of right now, we've got player movement done. We can do absolutely basic player movement. I mean, it's not basic player movement, but it's pretty basic. We've also added chests to the, well, we've added chests in mimics, but we just don't have the mimic logic or the minotaur logic, etc. So the mimic and minotaur is really all that, well, mimic, minotaur, and player versus player, but really the big thing is we need a combat system. The stats are there. It's just a matter of letting the player attack things that are in combat with it. Or, my brain is going convoluted on me. We have the stats assigned to the entities. Kind of like we have the ability to open chests where the chest is in the room with the player. We basically just need to have the ability to attack or flee if a enemy entity is in the room with the player. We already have the stats on the player and on the enemy entities, so it's just a matter of subtract AP from HP and repeat until HP is less than or equal to 0. So, and then do like a random loot table upon killing an enemy entity. As for when killing a player, maybe just add their stats to yours. Or alternatively, just add the stats that were gained from loot to yours. Anyways, that's all for now. I'm pretty happy with this overall, but it does feel a little bit more convoluted than necessary. I'm betting somebody smarter than me might be able to make this cleaner than I have. It is what it is. It's kind of why I'm doing this, is to get feedback and whatnot. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. Peace.